with a star-studded cast. We'll tell you what we know about that. And the third hour recently caught up with the talented John Batiste. So we'll tell you all about John and everything that he's been doing lately. And later, a clip of young Emma Watson. We'll do that from our vault. But first, let's get to today's Pop Start headlines. First up, Nightly News Kids Edition. This week marks the second anniversary of the news program created just for kids a few weeks after the pandemic started. And to celebrate the show's milestone this morning, we are joined by two very special guests. Of course, Nightly News anchor Lester Holt and former Pop Start graphics department turned Nightly Kids correspondent Jackson Daly. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Jack, let me start with you. Was it too much for you to make your bed this morning? Did Mom and I ask too much of you, or was it just early?
Too early.
Okay.
Too early.
Let's go with no comment.
So, Lester, it's such a great show. The kid. Where did this idea come from?
You know, we were a month into the pandemic. We were all freaked out. We were all scared. And a bunch of us just started talking about, imagine how kids are trying to process this. So we just created this program on the fly, mainly to answer kids' questions about the virus. And, you know, we started off with the idea that the more you know, the less scary it becomes. And we just took it from there.
Well, Jack, you get to interview, big celebrities. I mean, this is not for sissies. You interviewed Hugh Jackman and Sutton Foster?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, tell us what that felt like.
Well, they were extremely nice. I mean, they were just really down-to-earth people.
What did you think? Hugh Jackman was mean?
No.
No, don't interrupt the guy.
Stay out of it.
Sorry.
Stop being a dad.
Sorry.
They were extremely nice, and they told me about the show, and because there's so many kids in the show, there's like 20-plus kids, they were telling me about how, like, those kids deal with nerves and about how they're almost like the mom and dad of the whole group.
How did you know what to ask? Like, how did you even begin?
Well, the beginning part's always the scariest, but like, I honestly don't really know. I kind of just go with the flow and see whatever comes up.
It's been so fun having someone of Jackson's age on the program,
Yeah.
doing a lot of these interviews. And sometimes I watch them and think, wow, they really connected. That was my booking, by the way.
I know. Watch out, Lester. He's coming for you. You tackle some serious topics, too. I mean, it's the news, so you
We
look
do.
at
I mean,
Ukraine or climate change.
start with COVID, but then, you know, George Floyd, the Black Lives Matter, January 6th. We knew we had to deal with those sorts of things. We did our best to be as sensitive. We always had the reminder that, hey, this is a segment you may want to watch with an adult or a parent and really be able to talk about it. But yeah, we knew we had to move on as the news moves on. And we also have a lot of fun. You saw us jump roping, and Dr. John Torres is a regular, often bringing his props and things. And those are your penguin buddies.
Kate the chemist is always great. I love when she's on.
Yeah. So we have a lot of fun on the show.
Jackson, and Lester, it's become appointment viewing in our house. Like, I make my son watch the show because, to your point, it really is the perfect way to make the news approachable for, you know, young people. How much did you learn from Dad, Jackson? How much of your interview style did you pick up from Pops?
Yeah.
I learned a lot. I learned that you have to always be prepared and just act like you're just having a conversation. Like, I know they use the term like big celebrities, but like they're just regular people that you just want to have more of like a conversation with, and don't overthink it.
Yeah. Carson, I know you're so proud of Jack.
Yeah.
And Jack really, I mean, you're your own guy. Like, he gets notes from the producers. Like, you're not in here managing this. This is Jack's
He
deal.
works with the Nightly News production team. They have their own correspondence. I mean, it really started, he would never say this, but after the president was inaugurated, Jackson had a school project of writing the president, and he wrote, and President Biden wrote him back. And I was floored, Siri and I, and we realized, Jack, when we read what he wrote, which we had no idea what he wrote about asking about big topics for his generation, climate change, social injustice, talking about gun reforms, all these sorts of things. We're like, oh my gosh. And the president wrote him back, and then when the opportunity to work with the Nightly News Kids edition, we're like, that sort of works, you know? And now he talks to penguin handlers and athletes and whoever it might be, and he has a great time doing it. And he just sort of naturally talks to, like, it's pretty crazy.
Wow.
It's a great show. It really is.
And they do such a great job producing that show. It's so fun to
We have
watch.
a lot of fun with it.
You're going to keep it going, Lester.
We are. You know, we started with no expectations, and as I said, the show grew. We have a lot of regulars, including, you know, people, you know, Jackson's age on it, and I get to be the less scary nightly news guy. You know? I get to raise my voice a little bit, wear jeans, and a sweatshirt, and then tonight at 6:30. Good evening.
Yeah,
But you get to see Lester's bass collection Well, now you're back on the set.
Yeah,
but
I used to be
during
in a spare
COVID, it was
bedroom,
cool.
yeah.
We'd be at your house.
Jack, do you think that this might be a career for you?
Oh, boy.
No pressure.
The making bed part, not the night.
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see where it takes me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Coolest.
I
Well,
know.
maybe
You're the
one,
coolest.
if you work really hard like Mr. Holt has, one day you'll be honored by the National Broadcasters, the NAB, the National Association of Broadcasters, because Mr. Holt's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, which we want to say so obviously richly deserved, but how does that feel?
So it feels great. You know, I've always loved broadcasting. I always wanted to do it. When I was your age, I used to sit in my bedroom with a tape recorder and a newspaper and a record player and play DJ and practice the news, and to be now honored at that level all these years later is just, it's pretty amazing.
Cool, real cool.
First up, Stranger Things. After a nearly 3-year hiatus, the Hawkins gang is back in a new look at the upcoming season. The trailer teasing Stranger Things will pick up right where the season 3 left off, with the teens battling typical high school problems and supernatural forces. And of course, the Netflix series is going all out 80s in this next chapter.
A war is coming. I'm afraid your friends at Hawkins are very much in the eye of the storm.
I don't have my powers.
I don't know how to say this other than just to say it. Without you, we can't win this war.
Stranger Things Season 4 will stream in 2 parts, with the first volume kicking off May 27th and the second coming in July. And here are some more headlines for you. Girls 5 Eva. Speaking of highly anticipated returns, the Girl Gang is back in a new look at Season 2. Busy Phillips, Renee Elise Goldsberry, Sarah Bareilles, and Paula Pell have returned. We got a brand new season of the hit Peacock series. This time around, the girls have so much momentum, they're going to put together a brand new album and ride their second wave of fame. Here's a peek at the trailer.
Hey, what's up, Instagram Live? It's Girls 5 Eva, and we're here with a surprise first look at us in the studio.
The eyeball icon thing is saying 0. It's just us in here. It's just us in here.
Oh.
What you got there, Vic?
My riff Rolodex. All the greats are in here.
The second season of Girls 5 Eva starts streaming on May 5th. Next up on Popstar Plus, the password is Reboot. It's been more than 60 years since the beloved celebrity game show premiered, and now it's set to return for a new era right here on NBC. Actress Keke Palmer has been tapped to be the host of the revival, where Jimmy Fallon and other celebrities will be partnered with contestants to play the iconic word game. Fallon, who also serves as executive producer on the project, will participate in each of the 8 episodes. And the first episode is set to pay a special tribute to Password celebrity icon Betty White. Of course, the late comedian has gone down in history as Password's greatest player. And of course, that's where she met her husband, Alan Ludden, the show's original host and creator. Can't wait to check that one out. And those are your headlines for today. Next up, Karen Gillan, star of The Bubble, breaks down the improv in the film.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. The Bubble explores what happens when a group of actors gets stuck in a pandemic bubble while filming a movie. The comedy features a star-studded cast. Karen Gillan plays a washed-up actress named Carol Cobb, and she spoke to us about what it was like to make the film.
What is The Bubble? The Bubble is a movie about the making of a movie, so it's extremely meta, but it's about a group of actors who are trying to make a big, huge blockbuster movie during the pandemic. It's very silly, ridiculous, and kind of provides just the laugh that we all need right now, I think.
That sounds like a baby crying for its mama.
Baby! No, baby!
How would I describe Carol Cobb? I would say that Carol is your quintessential Hollywood actress who has kind of had a little bit of an issue within her career because she made a movie that was extremely offensive to a lot of people. And so she's coming out of the backlash of that. And so she is coming back into the Cliff Beasts franchise, having skipped a movie, so everybody's kind of mad at her, but she's kind of the more sane one out of the whole group of people. And then gradually throughout the movie, we just get to watch her lose that sanity and just join everybody else in their madness.
Your generation sucks. At least I'm not a baby boomer. I'm not a baby boomer. I'm Generation Y. Thank you very much.
So much of the movie felt too real. Like the whole experience was so wildly meta because I was making a movie about making a movie during the pandemic, but we were making the real movie during the height of the pandemic in London, where you weren't even allowed to go for a walk with more than one person and nothing was open. And so we were, quarantining exactly like the characters do in the movie. It was just such an interesting experience because you're kind of alone for 2 weeks and then you're like thrown out and you're around all of these people. And it's like, okay, how do you interact with other humans again? Like I've completely forgotten how to do that. And then that's exactly what happened in The Bubble. It was like quarantine, go to cast dinner, shoot the film. I was like, this is a film of my life. It's so confusing. My favorite scene to film would have to be, there's so many. This whole movie was so fun to film because there was so much improv involved and I've never really done that before, but I just felt like as soon as I got over the fear of it, I was like, this is my new favorite thing that I've ever done in my life. Like it's so exhilarating to completely surrender any feeling of control and you just have to kind of like cast your fate to the wind. So for that reason, I'm going to choose maybe a scene where we had to party, everybody kind of goes crazy at a party and then we hatch this plan to kind of escape, or rather my character does.
And we may fight it, and oh, how we fight it, but we are a family. A Cliff Beast family. And that is just such a beautiful thing. And listen to me, this is not even me acting.
No, we know. That felt real.
And we have to come together.
And I liked filming that scene because that was the more challenging piece of improv that I've ever had to do. Because basically Judd Apatow was just like, okay, go on a rant about escaping and being the hero and taking everybody to safety and go. And I was like, this is really scary, but also the most fun I've ever had. It's just like I switched off the thing in my brain that judges anything I say before I say it. And I've walked away with that skill now. What was it like working with everyone? It was the most fun ever. Like it was such a great ensemble. Like I just have so much respect for all of the actors that are in this movie and had so much respect before I even met them. So it was actually quite intimidating because I was like, I have to be funny and improvise in front of all of you. God damn it. I just felt so supported. I felt so supported by the cast and then also by the director, Judd. Like he's so amazing at directing. He's kind of like a master of ceremonies, like behind the monitor, and he knows exactly what to do for each individual actor to get the best out of them. And it was just so fascinating to watch him kind of adapt his technique to each performer. So that was really, really nice actually, to just feel so supported and yeah, I think when you make him laugh, it's like a little bit of an achievement. And so that feels good. I think that we've just lived through such a crazy, extreme period that was so unexpected and so challenging in so many ways. And I just think it's one of the more bizarre things that any of us will ever experience in our lives. And so it sort of feels natural that there should be some sort of comment on that. And maybe, you know, it has been a really tragic time. But through tragic times, like, moments of levity and humor can really lift us out of that, can help us process things, actually. So for that reason, I think the bubble is pretty important, because it marks a really kind of strange time, but yet provides a little relief from it all. And yeah, these are just still really weird times. So I think I welcome moments of laughter as much as I can.
You can find The Bubble on Netflix, and a big thanks to Karen for hanging out with us. Next up, John Batiste recaps his multiple Grammy wins with our third hour gang.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. John Batiste is a truly incredible musician now with, count 'em, 5 Grammy Awards from last week's ceremony under his belt. He certainly has the hardware to show for it. Today, he caught up with our third hour.
We've been talking about this guest all morning. Multi-talented recording artist John Batiste took home an impressive 5 awards at the 2022 Grammys, including Album of the Year for his EP, We Are.
And We Are is currently #1, of course, on the R&B and soul charts on iTunes. And this morning, here to talk about those exciting Grammy wins, his #1 album, and oh so much more, is the man himself, John Batiste. Dance your way. Hey! All right. Yes. There we go. Bring it. Hey. Love that.
Yes. The only guest to do that.
Oh my God.
The only guest
So
to
nice
do
to have you.
it. Good to see you.
So good to have you.
Thanks for coming.
And you're the real deal, because you were dancing even there behind the wings there.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yes, indeed. We having a good time. Life is beautiful.
Yes, yeah. I mean, 5 wins at the Grammys, Album of the Year. What is it like to be you right now?
It's amazing to see not only the wins, but to have my family there with me.
Yeah.
My grandfather is almost 90 years old.
Wow.
Wow.
He was sitting right there in the center in the king's chair. And he saw his grandson walk on the stage and win Album of the Year.
Oh my goodness.
And my nephew was 7. We recorded this, he was 5 when we recorded this. He's the youngest Grammy winner ever.
Oh, that's right.
Because they all took part of that.
They were all part of it, right?
He was featured on the track We Are. And It's the first track of the album. It features my high school marching band, the St. Aug Marching 100, legendary high school alumni marching band I was part of. And it was basically the whole city that I grew up with. Everybody that I could think of that was important to me growing up in New Orleans, I put on this album and featured. And all of them have Grammys now.
Yeah.
That's the beauty. It's not just me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The whole community.
We are.
Everybody.
Yeah.
We are. So, when I listen to this album, I see it's number one, and I see everybody's, renewed excitement for this record. I'm so moved because it was not just me.
Yeah.
It was so many of us.
And you're staying, and you stay busy. I was just thinking about this because those Grammys won't be lonely because they join your Oscar for the 2020 animated film Soul.
Yes.
Where do you keep all of these? Where are you keeping them all now?
I have a plan.
Okay.
See, I want to take everything that I win, everything that I'm acknowledged for, and use it to inspire people.
Okay.
I want to figure out something, whether it's an archive, whether it's some sort of museum placement, even just somewhere back home or somewhere that young people can see it. Because I don't want to just have awards that collect dust in my house and remind me of what I did in the past.
Amen.
I want to keep moving.
Yes.
I'm creating. I'm ready to make the next thing. I have a symphony that's premiering in May in Carnegie Hall.
Yeah. Oh, my
Y'all
goodness.
want to come out?
Yes.
Where's this?
May 7th.
Done.
It's May 7th in Carnegie Hall. It's incredible for me because it's the first time I'm premiering something this large. It's a 4-movement, over 200 musicians, the modern definition for me of what a symphony orchestra would be. If it was made in the 21st century in America, it would have, marching band musicians next to classical musicians, next to indigenous folk musicians, and Native American musicians, next to jazz musicians. Next to electronic musicians.
That's going to be a massive
cannot
piece.
wait.
I know.
And we've been marking your professional milestones, but you recently created a new personal milestone, marrying Suleika, your longtime partner.
That's a nice ring.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
How has life changed
Amazing.
with that ring on your finger and her next to you?
It's the best thing that you can do if you find the right person. If you find the right person, it's beautiful. We met when we were in band camp as kids.
Really?
We've been knowing each other for like the 5 phases of growing up from adolescence to adulthood. The dorky teen phase when I had braces and wore baggy clothes. I just feel like if you have the right person, it makes life much better, no matter what you're going through. You could be going through the hardest times. You could be going through something that seems insurmountable, and you could still feel a peace. And that's what I feel. So.
One of the things I've always admired about you, perhaps long before a lot of folks showed up to the party, you've never forgotten where you came from. And not only have you not forgotten, I feel like your art pays tribute to it. It's this unending homage. Why is that so important to you?
Oh, it's given me so much. I think about everybody who has created the space for me to now have the success that I'm having. You have lineages, generations of people, traditions that have been hard fought and established in a way that now someone like me who's born into all of that has this opportunity as an artist to combine things that have never been combined before, take styles of music, take forms of art, put them together in ways that haven't existed before, and do it in a way that brings people this transcendent feeling. It's always more transcendent if it's bigger than yourself, if it's more than just, I'm gonna lift myself up because I'm talented. That's over here, that's great. And everybody who is talented and has a gift, that's a beautiful thing to share. But when you think about it as something that's a continuum, it's amazing how transcendent that is. And that's the kind of joy and uplifting catharsis that I want in my art.
And it comes out through your body. Where do the moves come from? We got to go to break, but I just...
You know how it is.
In fact, hold on.
You get up and you want to move.
Okay, can you show us?
Okay.
Show us a little.
Okay.
Just like something about... You just kind of get... I don't know if I can do this. Become the music. Become the music.
Come on,
That's it. Become the music.
I can't be worse than Craig.
All right.
Crazy talented young man. Thank you, John. Super fun to hang out with him. Still to come, Emma Watson during her Harry Potter days at age 12. Stay with us.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Emma Watson is most known for playing the studious Hermione Granger in the Harry Potter film series. Emma's celebrating her 32nd birthday later this week, so we thought it'd be fun to mark the passage of time here on the show. Let's go back to when Emma was just 12 years old.
Emma Watson, good morning. Good to see you, Emma.
Good to see you too.
So at age 12, you're 12 now?
Yeah, I'm going to be 13 soon though.
Yeah, but now you're kind of a veteran actress at this point. What was it like the second time around? How did it compare to your first experience?
It was really good because I kind of enjoyed the second one much more than I enjoyed the first one, and I enjoyed watching the second one much more than I did the first one.
Why?
Making wise, it's probably just because like I need the cast, I need the crew, I need the director, and let's face it, I knew what I was doing this time around, which was good.
Yeah.
And watching it, I just thought it was much, much better. I think it's a billion times better than the first one, like a billion quadrillion.
I've heard a billion quadrillion. I've heard you say that, you know, when people ask you about the movie, but why do you think it's so much better?
Just because it's like, it's funnier, it's scarier, the special effects are really good, there's lots more characters, and with the first one you kind of had to introduce everybody, and the second one you just go straight into all the action and stuff. Yeah, so.
And I know that as the movies progress, as we see, you know, all the J.K. Rowling books transformed into movies, they get a little more sophisticated because as you all get a little older, obviously the plot becomes more sophisticated, which begs the question, do you think these are too sort of edgy or too scary for little kids, Emma?
I mean, I went in with a 5-year-old and I was actually the one who was carrying the seat, but it just kind of depends on the child and whatever. Yeah, it depends.
You're kind of the brains behind the operation, which is great. Don't you think for little girls everywhere to see Hermione coming up and scheming and figuring things out so well?
Yeah, girl power.
Yeah, right on. So what about some of the other special effects? It must be so fun for you, Emma, to do these movies, to kind of look at a green screen and have to act and then see what Chris Columbus does in terms of all these special effects. Are you amazed once you see it on the big screen?
Yeah. It's kind of like this massive surprise when you see the film. You think because I was like in it and I knew all the scenes which was happening and everything, but I completely don't. And when I see it, it's this massive surprise. The special effects aren't that bad. They give you marks and stuff, so you get used to it.
Now I know that you've said that you and Daniel and Rupert have become quite friendly.
Yeah.
Which is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you do this and also keep up with your studies? You obviously are tutored on the set.
Yeah. Just obviously I have tutoring on the set, 3 hours minimum, 5 hours maximum worth of schoolwork to do, and because it's one-to-one, you kind of get a lot more done and stuff. As far as keeping up with friends it's just weekends, I try and study as much as I can, and email's always really good.
I know you get a little break between this and the next movie.
Yep. I start around February or March, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, you deserve a little R&R. Emma Watson, thanks for coming in, Emma. Nice to see you.
How's that for some nostalgia? Well, that was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks so much for being here. As always, hang out with us again, same time, same place. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Are you ready for a getaway? As the number of COVID cases drop and restrictions lift, many of you who held off on taking that vacation during the last 2 years can finally look forward to traveling again. A recent survey finds more than half of Americans are planning a trip this spring, and with soaring demand comes surging prices too. Expedia says airfares are up a whopping 50% compared to last year, and average hotel rates are nearly 20% higher than they were before the pandemic. So where do travelers plan on going? 3 in 4 say they're heading to a destination in the U.S. For the next 25 minutes, we have your getaway guidebook. From travel hacks to finding deals, and what about those home shares? They're hugely popular. But before you book, what to know and do to ensure you have a safe and fun experience. But first, with the changing masking mandates and the emergence of yet another COVID variant, what to consider as you make your travel plans. This year, it's a new normal for spring break travel. Nearly 2 million people are passing through TSA checkpoints every day, with crowded airports and packed flights back to their pre-pandemic look. But now, everyone will still be wearing a mask.
In an airport, you never know where people are coming from. They may be from areas with higher case rates. It's really historically been an area where infectious diseases that pass through the air can be an issue.
TSA extending its mask mandate on planes and public transportation through Easter weekend. Despite the low COVID infection rates here in the U.S., disease experts say airports and other transport hubs still carry risks.
I encourage travelers to really think about their personal risk factors, their personal risk tolerance they will be visiting or coming home to, and then taking the appropriate levels of precautions to protect everyone.
Record gas prices, another hurdle facing spring travelers. Many road trippers now taking another look at their budget before heading out.
As much as I would love to go in the truck.
Cassandra and her family plan to drive their truck from Wisconsin to Florida this month, but now they're reconsidering which car they'll bring.
It's like, is it really worth it though? Because that's an additional, from what we're looking at so far, $300-400. That's a lot of money.
Luckily for flyers, the rise in fuel prices won't affect your ticket price for at least another few weeks.
In general, we see a lag of a few weeks to a few months generally when fuel prices go up before flight prices go up. That's because airlines buy fuel in advance so they can afford to keep prices relatively low.
Still, domestic airfares are up 21% compared to last year. The average flight, $290 round trip. So what's the best way to score a last-minute spring break deal? Consider off-peak travel dates. Be aware, hotspots like Miami and Las Vegas will cost more.
Big cities are not quite back to where they were pre-pandemic. So if you want to do a city break in New York City, in San Francisco, in Chicago, you're going to find better hotel prices and you're going to find fantastic flight prices as well.
And Dr. Henry Wu joins us from Atlanta right now. Hey, Dr. Wu, thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk about spring break. It's already underway right now. Summer right around the corner, and a lot of us are dying to get away, planning those trips. How safe is it right now for people to travel at this point in the pandemic?
That's a great question. I think at this point, we've learned so much about COVID-19 and the pandemic, how it spreads, and we have so many ways to protect ourselves with our vaccines and all the other tools that we've learned in the last 2 years. I think it's a great time to think about travel and really assess, what the risks you're willing to tolerate, but also look forward to really enjoying traveling again.
Dr. Wu, what are some of the key things you should look for when you are picking a destination? Should you be monitoring the infection rates there, for example, or what the testing requirements are?
Certainly. Of course, if you are somebody who is at higher risk of more severe illness, or especially if for whatever reason you're not vaccinated, or maybe you might respond poorly to vaccine, you should be a little careful still of where you're going. Some parts of the world are having rising COVID cases. Certainly that can occur in the U.S., so it's good to keep an eye on that. I would also consider when you're going overseas, is there going to be treatment available if you might have more severe illness? So these are all things I would consider as people plan, and certainly if you do have some risk factors, I would be a little more careful.
Before I let you go, what about mask mandates? A lot of areas have lifted them. So how do you decide when you should be masking, whether you should carry a mask with you? And are there certain scenarios where masking is a good idea still?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it's You know, it's great that a lot of these requirements and rules are relaxing, because I think it's important that we increasingly take our own responsibility. We've learned so much of how to protect ourselves. So much like I think about when I'm going to wear a jacket at night, I think about, when is the right situation for me to put on a mask. If I'm in an indoor crowded area, particularly with a lot of people from different households, people I don't know, then I still wear my mask. Certainly when I'm outside and doing something where there's good ventilation or just the people I know, I think we can certainly relax things. If I'm seeing somebody who's at high risk of infection, then I'm going to be extra careful. So I do think it's a good habit. It's certainly quite easy to do. There are situations where I think masking is not a big deal. If I'm going shopping in a store or watching a movie in a theater, then putting on that mask doesn't take away from that experience.
All right, Dr. Wu, thank you so much for the great practical advice. We appreciate you. And coming up, how to snag the best deal for your airfare or where you're staying. Plus, what about staying in a home away from home? Those short-term home rentals are really popular now. What you want to do when you get to that home to ensure everyone has a fun and safe stay. Much more when Consumer Confidential returns.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back to Consumer Confidential's Getaway Guidebook. So after all that time waiting, you finally decided to take a vacation. As we mentioned earlier, travel is expected to reach or exceed pre-pandemic levels. The Points Guy founder and CEO Brian Kelly is here now with how to score the best deals and make the most of our long-awaited R&R. Good to see you, Brian. Thanks so much for talking with us. So first, lots of people packing their bags right now to travel. So where are the top destinations, the hot spots?
Yeah, the hotspots are still domestic because the U.S. still has that rule that you need to test to get back into the country. And for so many travelers, that's just too risky to get stuck abroad or having to even find those tests. So we're seeing huge interest in Florida. I actually was looking to go to Fort Lauderdale this weekend, and I saw hotel rates in the $2,000 and up range. Absolutely crazy. So domestic and close to home, Puerto Rico, Aruba's a top spot. And for those who want culture but don't want to travel too far, we're seeing really great airfares to Colombia as well, top destinations.
Very good. On that note, so you told us where the hot spots are, where people want to go. We're seeing demand for airline and hotel bookings. They're probably going to reach some new highs. So how do we find the best deals? How do we avoid that $2,000 mess you just mentioned?
Absolutely. So book in advance. I'm a last minute traveler in general. And as you can see with those hotel rates, you can get burned. I'm seeing flights completely sell out a week or so in advance. So in general, book as far in advance as possible. I love using Google Flights. It's free and it lets you search by 30-day calendar. So in order to sniff out those cheapest deals, be flexible, try not to leave on the Thursday and Sunday like everyone else wants to do for weekend trips. But deals can be had. Also, stay active on social media. I follow Scott's Cheap Flights and the Flight Deal. They'll tweet out really great deals all day long. When you see one, book it right away. You've got, in general, 24 hours to cancel a ticket free of charge. So lock in the good fare. Don't sit there and think about it, because these fares come and go quickly. We've even seen $220 from the West Coast to Hawaii, which is a screaming
Oh, wow.
deal.
That's flaming hot. Okay, so let me talk about this. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, 62 million travel-related jobs disappeared in 2020. 62 million. What kind of jobs are we talking about? How many have come back? And what does that mean for travelers? Like, what are we going to see, that we may not be accustomed to?
Yeah, if you haven't traveled over the last 2 years, you might be in for a shock. Most mid-level and lower hotels now, you're not going to get the full service that you used to, the daily housekeeping. A lot of hotels will make you request that. Gyms and fitness facilities might be, at minimal level. So when you're looking at, should I splurge on a hotel or should I do a vacation rental? First, understand and see what you're actually getting at the hotel, because so many of those frontline jobs, hotels are really just running on minimum capacity. You might not see room service. A lot of hotels have gotten rid of mini bars. So I recommend to everyone, do a little bit of research, make sure you understand the perks that you're going to get, and make your reservations in advance. Just showing up and trying to get into hotels or even theme parks or national parks, some of them require reservations. So as much as I hate to say it, try to plan as far in advance as possible.
Good to know what to expect. And quickly now, vaccine passports, those are on the rise, and they're sort of confusing to understand. So talk about what they are exactly, and then do we need to get them? How do we get them before we travel?
Yeah, so I'm going to Costa Rica this weekend, and most governments will have websites where you can upload your vaccine card or recent test, and what they'll do is give you a QR code so that when you enter the country, you don't have to worry about having papers printed out. Some countries are sticklers about paper tests, though, so don't have things loaded in your email on your phone. You may not be able to get access to a phone, so do print out all of the QR codes and the negative tests. But in general, if you're traveling abroad, just look up the country, go directly to the country site. Usually you're going to have to do what's called a passenger locator form, so the government knows where you are in case you do test positive. But a lot of countries are relaxing the rules. Dubai, the UK, even Costa Rica now, if you're vaccinated, you can travel pretty freely. So it varies by country. So make sure you do that little bit of research. Don't assume every country is going to let you in with a negative test, because some might not.
Brian Kelly, the Points Guy, bringing so much great practical information for us. Thank you so much, Brian.
Thanks for having me. Safe travels.
Now, a big part of your trip, where will you stay? Whether it's a quick getaway, a long-term stay, popular option now, home shares. They're booked through popular sites like Airbnb and Vrbo. But before you say yes, what you need to know to ensure you have a safe and fun time.
Cooped up no longer. People are planning their getaways, beaches, mountains, deserts, and everything in between. And a record number of travelers now staying in home shares rented from sites like Airbnb and Vrbo. They're so popular, demand for vacation rentals is expected to increase by 14% this year.
I booked a home share because everything is in there. They have kitchen, they have beach supplies that you can use. It's pretty much has everything.
They're super pumped. Can't wait to go. My kids love the beach.
One of the biggest perks of using a home share, the ability to rent something you might not otherwise get to experience.
Before the pandemic, I toured this beautiful vacation home on Nantucket Island in Massachusetts. Jeremy Gall is the CEO of Breezeway, a company that helps property managers maintain quality and safety standards for vacation rentals.
What's the advantage of using a home share?
Two big things. There's so much space and the property is so unique. So you get to really enjoy something that's different than when you stay in a hotel.
When you first get to a home, what should you be looking for?
Yeah, you're going to walk in, you're going to want to unpack, everybody's excited, but the first thing you should do is just orientate yourself and get aware about the property. Here's a good example. Here's where the fire extinguisher is, and emergency numbers and contact information.
And what about those chemicals under the sink?
Don't expect there's going to be safety latches on these properties, but if you're traveling with little kids, just be aware and make sure these are all taken care of. Maybe take the time to move them up. In a home, pay particular attention to the smoke detector outside the kitchen. prior guests might have cooked something smoky and pulled the batteries.
When renting an entire home, consider the unfamiliar features, especially at night.
The number one accident at vacation homes is trip and fall hazards. This property has a nightlight, but it's always a good idea to bring one with you.
I love this room. I see it has a bunk bed. A lot of home shares have bunk beds. What are the safety tips around bunk beds?
Popular option, kids under 6 shouldn't be in the top bunk.
So this is something a lot of people might not have in their own home, a huge balcony like this with this kind of view.
Yeah, amazing. If you have a balcony like this, you want to look at 3 things: the height, the stability, and the gaps in between the balusters to make sure it's not too wide.
Yeah, good idea if you have kids and also pets.
Yeah, pets is a really good point.
And pools can be fun, but
a lot of times the pools don't have any kind of fencing around them.
No, this is wide open and there's really easy access. So a couple things to keep in mind. One, if you're traveling in a group, designate one adult who's going to be in charge of pool safety.
Okay.
The other thing to do is check with the manager, make sure you understand how the pool cover works so you can open and close it and keep it closed when you're not using it.
And with a kitchen, you have the option to cook meals and make drinks at home. Over multiple days, that can add up to even more savings. Simple tips so you can enjoy your time in a home away from home.
And both Airbnb and Vrbo have stringent cleaning guidelines. You can still ask the homeowner what they're specifically doing between each guest. Some actually request you bring your own linens, so be sure to ask before you travel. When we come back, save on your travel essentials, plus what to look for when you're shopping for new luggage, and your travel hacks, tricks so you can make the most out of your suitcase space, and how to avoid overpacking. Guilty. Your getaway guidebook returns on Consumer Confidential.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When preparing for a getaway, there are certain travel essentials we should all have on our checklist, like the right luggage and clothes for the destination. But you don't want to break the bank. With inflation and surge pricing, traveling on a budget has become more important than ever. Here to share her vacation savings strategy is shopping expert Trey Bodge. Trey, it's so good to see you in person.
Yes, I love it. Thank you for having me.
We were just joking because for a lot of us, we haven't dusted off any of our travel stuff in a couple of years. You open things up, you're like, does this luggage zipper even work? So let's start there. That's the big, most expensive item typically. What do we need to know before we consider new luggage?
Right, so you might need new luggage now. Your zipper might be broken, the wheels might be broken. So let's think about a few things. Think about what's happening inside the luggage. How is it organized? Do they have wheels? Is there a lock? All of that good stuff. Now there are eco-friendly options as well. So those are good things to think about. And then I also love multifunctionality. So this set is from Brandless and it's made out of eco-friendly materials. It comes with packing cubes, a collapsible retractable backpack, all sorts of good stuff inside, wheels, lock. So that's a really good one, and it's on sale, deeply, deeply discounted right now through May. So definitely check that out. And then, for instance, multifunctionality. This is from Great Useful Stuff. This is the Weekender Bag Duffel. Unfolds into this whole thing in the closet of your Airbnb or your
So you can hang it up and see everything, and they're like little shelves.
How great is that,
Very
right?
good. Yeah.
And then this is the Tom Talk Sling. I love this one because it fits way more than you think, and you can sling it, fanny pack it, put around your back, so super multifunctional there as well. So that's like the luggage category, all super multifunctional.
So think about things that can do more than one thing. And what about hard-sided versus soft-sided? Is that just a preference?
It's a preference, and I actually like hard-sided better, but be careful of the weight. Check it before you buy it, because sometimes they tend to be heavy.
That's good to know, and you don't want that when you have to lug it around or put it into the compartment above you.
Right.
All right, let's switch over to shoes and clothing. And you have some really cool options, brands I haven't heard of, and also they have cool features.
Absolutely. So a couple options here. These are Kizik Sneakers, and what I love about these is that you wear them, you go through security in the airport, you take them off, and then you can put them right in your feet. You don't have to bend down, you don't have to reach. This pops right back up, and you are ready to go.
There's actually little instructions there,
little instructions. So innovative and cool. And plus, I think these are really stylish. You can wear them on the airport, to restaurants, to meetings. So really good there. And then Rothy's, and you were commenting on these driving shoes.
Yes,
these
so
are
comfortable.
so comfortable. They're made of fabric, and what I love about them is that they can go in the wash. So if they get dirty, they get sweaty. Really multifunctional, and lots of men's and women's styles as well. And then for jackets. So I love something that's packable. So just in case you're going somewhere cold.
I always get cold on the plane. Even if you're going to a tropical place, they keep the plane so cold. So you want something, these look very lightweight actually.
So they're super lightweight. They're from Uniqlo, and they have all different styles. My favorite is the long one because you can use that as a blanket on the plane. But then it also packs down into its own little pouch, super compact.
I've seen that.
And
It's
very
very
budget
light.
friendly. I've had that long one for about 5 years.
Okay.
And so they really, really hold up.
This is all Uniqlo.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So this is great. I like that because they do different things, and you only need one piece to go with you.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's talk about tech. Are there little things that'll just make the flight more, enjoyable, or the ride wherever you're going? What kinds of new tech should we be considering?
Yeah, so lots of cool things here. So first of all, you want a multifunctional charger, so you can use it on the airplane. You can use it in the airport, hotels. You have lots of outlets. So this is from Travel Candy. I love this one. This is an international traveler, so you can use all sorts of international plugs in it. It has lots of USB holes and a long 5-foot cord that wraps around the body. So for me, I've been using mine for about 4 years. I absolutely love it, so that for sure. And then something to think about with tech, you might have your wireless earbuds. They may not work on the plane, so you want to get a pair of wired. And so JLab has some really good over-ear ones. They fold. Panasonic has some good ones, and these actually have a microphone in them as well, and they're like $11. They're on sale right now, so make sure to get that so you can use the audio on the plane.
Yes, you're right, because you can't depend on the Bluetooth connection.
Exactly.
Trey Bodge with some really cool new products that will really help us now that we're traveling again. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next up, travel hacks. How to make the most of the clothes you bring and how to pack them to avoid all those annoying wrinkles. We will see you when Consumer Confidential's Getaway Guidebook returns.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And now that you've made your vacation plans and hopefully saved some money, it is time to pack. And whether you're flying or driving, you certainly can't bring your entire wardrobe. But not to worry, lifestyle expert Maureen Petrosky has some simple tips to make sure you have what you need and that you still look good. Now, Maureen, when it comes to packing for a vacation, I feel like the first thing people do is they overpack, they bring too many things, they don't know what they need to bring and leave at home. So what should we consider before we even pull the luggage out?
The key to not overpacking is to plan ahead, and for me that means creating an itinerary. So I just got back from Rome 2 days ago.
Wow.
This is my actual itinerary. It doesn't have to be as formal, but you'll see I have the days and what I'm actually doing. So then I have a reference for what I need to pack for. If you stick to your plan, you're going to have much less in here. So you're not just throwing in all your favorite dresses or all your favorite things.
Right.
So you've got your days there. And then second thing is those shoes.
They take up so much room. Can I just tell you, my husband wears a 14, and by the time you put one pair in, you're like, okay, there goes that carry-on.
Well, I've got a 3-pair limit.
That's okay. Okay.
3 pairs is the tops. So you look at your itinerary, you see what shoes you need 3, and then you've got to work around that. So you stick to those 3 pairs of shoes.
So it's like a walking pair, maybe sandals.
Exactly.
And what else?
And sandals and flats could maybe go in your carry-on.
Okay.
If you're flying somewhere.
Okay.
But for maybe your sneakers, definitely bring a change of shoes because we're doing a lot of walking. Even your most comfortable shoes can give you blisters. But so 3 pairs of shoes, and then make sure that you wear something more than once. So you can rewear things. For me, it's my travel dress. I wear it on the first day I travel and the day home.
I like that.
Traveling.
Yeah.
So you've got that twice. And then really
Double
easy
duty
is accessorizing. So you'll see we've got hats and scarves and big beads. So
and these don't take up room, so you can change a look and it's still small.
Squeeze them right into your shoes, into your creases and crevices in here.
So this is 7 days and 7 nights. You literally just unpacked a bag like this. This is real life.
This is real life. This is what I really repacked. And so the key when I say accessorize is to think a little bit outside of the box. This for me is an accessory. So this black and white shirt is over top of my travel dress.
Oh, look at you,
so
layers.
You can wear a black dress, and then I can wear that out at night with some beads and something a little more formal. Okay. And then I can throw it on a t-shirt over a dress.
What about making sure all this stuff doesn't end up all wrinkly? People talk about the rolling method, but I've seen another technique that you do, and I love it.
So the key for me is, and also keeping me organized when I'm traveling, is that I roll according to my day. So this is a whole outfit here.
Everything.
Everything.
Soup to nuts, as they would say.
So that's what's in there. So I've got my sweater, my jeans, my scarf, my
unmentionables.
And then I also will go back and refer to my itinerary so I know what day I'm wearing what. Okay. Especially if you're traveling for work and you've got to go back to back to back, or you've got kids and you're packing them too.
Yeah, I like that. It's like Monday, here are your outfits. Here you go. Take a roll.
And don't overthink it. When you're at home with the kids, do they wear 7 pairs of pants a day?
No.
I mean, a week?
Oh my God. Right,
or
no.
7 shirts? No, they do
and
not.
they don't need to. Well, so can I unwrap?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're going to show us how you do this, but you actually put the shirt and the skirt together. Oh my gosh, this is great.
There it is. And then the great thing about rolling is that it really keeps it from wrinkling less. You're never going to get rid of all of the wrinkles, but you're going to get rid of some of them. And the kids can roll too. So even though I've got my itinerary, if your kids are old enough to walk and talk, they can help pack. And if they're old enough to read, even better. This is 7 days at the beach. I just tell them, go grab this, and then it cuts down on your time too, and no more stress.
Okay, very good. So let's talk about the important carry-on, because that's the thing that you need to have with you in case this gets lost, God forbid.
Absolutely.
But what should we have in our carry-on that makes the trip more enjoyable?
First and foremost, I always use a backpack. Keeps your hands free.
Yes.
So a backpack is great. And then the items you need immediate access to, your identification, your money, your phone, they go right here into a tiny little over the shoulder for me. So don't put that in your backpack.
Got it.
Backpack hands free. In your backpack, a few really important things. I do have another pair of sandals there. They're well worn, as you can see, but that is an easy pair of shoes you can slide in. If you're doing an overseas trip, sometimes there's feet swelling. That's a great thing to have easy access to. A hooded sweatshirt. Gets cold on a plane, you can go back and forth. A scarf is another great item to keep.
It's like a blanket too.
And it's tiny. It doesn't take up a lot of space. Of course, you need your electronics.
Yes.
It's important to have all your chargers and things, but always have something that is not electronic and something to keep the kids engaged. So I've got Mad Libs here, a deck of cards, a book for myself to read. Right. But more importantly, traveling can be stressful. So make sure that you I pack myself a little self-care kit.
I love that little mask.
I've got eye masks in there. I've got some fancy hand sanitizer. This one smells like lavender, so it relaxes me a little bit in the high stress moments. And then my little jade roller or your rose quartz roller. These are things that can really
small, and it makes a big difference, yeah?
And it can take just one deep breath. Travel can be a little difficult and a little stressful, but remember, just you're having fun. You're packing to go somewhere, and of course, snacks.
Yes, always snacks.
My mix there.
This is awesome, Maureen. Thank you so much. I can't wait to incorporate some of these on our next vacation because I'm definitely going to use some of your tips. Thank you. Good to see you. Well, that is our time for now. I'm Vicky Nguyen, and for all of us here at NBC News, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you on another edition of Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. In the meantime, safe travels.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
This morning, we're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, so now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9 by 13 inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1 inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. When you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven, and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over, and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and a 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah. Check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings. We're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next, we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. I'm gonna just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil. You get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt. Our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down and then mash it. Boom. Spin it. And then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. There we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. There we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my Saffron Cardamom Granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We want to stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're going to add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color. It's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm going to cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all going to just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full-fat coconut milk. And then we're just going to give it a little whisk. We're going to take our full-fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You want to make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full-fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're going to pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm going to make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we want to get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence. And then we're gonna get blended. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. 1 more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my Spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque. which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media in influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in Editor's Picks. This is Shop All Day Spring Finds Under 50.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back with a new episode of Shop All Day. And today, we're embracing all things spring with our favorite items for the season. From colorful spring dresses to a set of pretty pearl barrettes, we've got something for everyone, and all for under $50. And remember, see that QR code in the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. To kick things off, let's talk about one of my absolute favorite spring wardrobe secret weapons, the classic striped tee. Hello, nautical chic, yes. So I'm thrilled to introduce you to the J. Crew boat neck tee, and it's pretty close to perfect. I mean, I call it a secret weapon. Why? Because it's an instant outfit maker. Yep, you can pair this with practically everything in your closet. Put it on with jeans, put it on with trousers, put it on with shorts, and you instantly look pulled together. What I love so much about this particular striped tee is, first of all, the fabric. I wish you guys could feel it. It's a great medium weight. It's made out of cotton, of course, the boat neck style, and check out this silhouette. So it's cropped, but just slightly cropped. Don't worry, it's not belly bearing, but it makes it for a more flattering silhouette. You can tuck it in, you can tuck it out, and it comes in two colors, the navy and white, and a wonderful, almost mocha latte cream and white. And it's size inclusive. And I think this shirt looks really expensive. I can't believe that it's under $50 and so high quality. This next item covers one of the biggest trends we're seeing for spring, the romantic ruffle. And you may have heard this trend called a lot of things: Regency core, prairie core, cottage core. But regardless of what you call it, the common denominator is the ladylike soft frills. And this blouse is so fabulous. It's from Target. It's from their Who What Wear collection. And talk about ruffles. I mean, isn't this a fabulous ruffle? If you can see here, it's actually lace trimmed, and it goes all the way from the top of the shoulder, and it runs all the way down the side of the shirt. Look at these micro florals. Yes, these little dainty florals are one of the hallmarks of the cottage core, Regency core, prairie core style. And what I love so much about these florals is, normally with the trend, you see it in muted tones. Not with this blouse. It's in the great poppy, bold colors of the season. Brights are such a big trend, and the fabric. It is so light and airy. And I really like where it hits on the hip. It's quite flattering. You can tuck it in, you can tuck it out, so it's versatile. And it comes in sizes extra small through 4X. Now, we're not done with these romantic details. I want to show you some happy spring dresses that also happen to incorporate this trend, and then some. So So these Old Navy dresses are pretty much guaranteed to become part of your spring uniform. Why? Because not only are they stylish, but shoppers say they are super comfortable too. I'm always looking for that running out the door, throw it on and look fabulous solution, and these dresses are it. I mean, look at that. First of all, we've got the Flutter sleeve dress, and it's called the Flutter sleeve dress because it's got these wonderful little Flutter style ruffles on the straps. So we have this fabulous, if you can see, smock top, which stretches and moves with you, so it's really, really easy to wear. And we've also got this very easy, breezy A-line silhouette. It comes in 2 different lengths. It's got a wonderful tier A-line silhouette that is just so easy to wear. I've tried these on, they're incredibly comfortable. Now we also have a second style from Old Navy, and it's called the swing dress. So if you've ever worn a swing dress, then you would know that it's one of the most comfortable silhouettes on earth. I mean, look at that. It's got movement. It's essentially a wonderful A-line silhouette. These even have pockets. I love a pocket. And the swing dress also comes in 2 different styles. The short style, which is made out of this really soft t-shirt material. And we've also got the midi style. Now this one is made out of poplin and just so happens to come in my favorite color combo, the red and the pink. You're gonna see this color combo everywhere this spring, and I think it is so chic and stylish. Okay, let's take it back to the 90s and talk about a trend that I bet you'd never thought you'd wear again. Yes, the bucket hat. And at first I thought, I was a little intimidated. There's no way I thought I could pull off the bucket hat. But guess what? I tried it and I can. And if I can pull it off, so can you. Look, it's an adorable silhouette, and it's got sort of a medium brim that you can turn up or turn down. It gives you a little sun protection, and this is made out of a fabulous cotton. It's thick, and it's from that surfer brand Billabong. I also really love all of the fun colors, and I just think that this is such, a fun way to jazz up your spring style. So let's move on to another big trend for spring that's near and dear to my heart. As you can see, pearl core. Yes, all things pearl are trending big time this spring. And one of the easiest and most affordable ways to experiment with this pearl trend is with these gorgeous pearl hair accessories. Yes, this is a set. It comes with 12 different embellished barrette and bobby pins with pearls, all under $10, and the brand says that these are handmade pearls. I like to think of these little pieces as jewelry for your hair. And with this trend, more is more. Don't be afraid to load them up and wear a few at a time, especially the bobby pins. I mean, so cute. You can put a little on the side and leave one side down, or you can even do a high pony and have a few of your barrettes and bobby pins on the side. Onto some spring style for your feet. This simple but chic pair of sandals that can effortlessly take you from day to night. It's one of the most popular slide sandal styles of the past couple of seasons. The H-band flat sandal from Amazon Essentials. And look at these. They are so simple. I think they're so classic. I love the H-band. And they come in some excellent neutrals that is going to go with your entire closet. And check this out. Look at this cushy footbed. They've also got this rubber sole, which we love, and this metallic. Metallics are the new neutral. They go with absolutely everything, and I really, really think they're fabulous for both spring and summer. I mean, these really are wear anywhere slides. And if you want to keep those toes covered this season before it really warms up, we have another shoe option for you. These are the Lorena Natural Pointed Toe Slides, and they are a Lulu's brand exclusive. And I absolutely love the mule silhouette. They're so sophisticated, clean, and simple. And I've got to say, I love these raffia, almost straw texture, but these also come in some other great colors. They come in sophisticated neutrals and even a faux snake. This looks like a cool pair of shoes that you'd want to wear with pretty much everything in your closet. And lastly, something that can complete almost any outfit, and what I like to call a spring closet hero, a pair of classic sneakers. Let's face it, the past 2 years have secured the sneaker a place at the very top of the shoe pyramid. Sneakers have arguably been the #1 shoe trend for the past couple of seasons, and they are right up there for spring as well. These are also from Old Navy, and they're called the Soft Brush Faux Suede Sneaker, and I like how they have this wonderful sort of faux suede upper and the little silver detail. I think that's really cute. And I can't get over how great and versatile these wonderful faux suede tan sneakers are. I mean, these actually work as a nude. And the brand says that the insole is memory foam, which shoppers are really excited about. And they say it's like walking on clouds. So let's go through these products one more time, and you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got the J. Crew boat neck t-shirt, the Target Ruffle blouse, the Flutter sleeve dress and the swing dress, the bucket hat, the pearl barrette, the H-band flat sandal, the pointed toe slides, and the Old Navy faux suede sneakers. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Makoan Lovu is sitting down with style maven and founder of Pencil and Paper Co., Jen Soar, as she shares her must-haves for the spring season, from colorful art prints for your home to a bold and stylish pair of sunglasses. So don't go away.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makoan Lovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products, or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. And today, we're diving into the season with the best spring picks across fashion, beauty, home, and more, all under $50. And here to bring us her favorites is style maven and entrepreneur Jen Soar. She's the founder of Pencil and Paper Co., a lifestyle brand with a focus on fashion and decor. Her personal motto, color makes us happy. Jen, you make us happy. How are you, Jen?
Oh, so excited to be here, really. It's such a pleasure.
It really is to have you here. We're so excited. So tell us about the philosophy of your company, Pencil and Paper Co.
Well, I think that we're really on a mission to help women create the life that they want. And I think there's so many things that come together to be able to do that. I think our love of fashion and interiors, lifestyle, entertaining, travel, really just finding the joy in life and celebrating that through color and pattern and things that we love.
Yeah, let's talk about color and pattern. Where does your inspiration come from? I love how you use it.
Well, I'm truly such a believer that surrounding yourself with things that are colorful and happy and graphic and pattern filled really bring joy to your life. And that was certainly one of our missions on all the products that we develop, the partners that we work with. I think that we all share that common intention to bring more joy to the world.
Yeah, something that we definitely all need. I've heard people say that fashion really tells a story about the person wearing it. What do you think your pieces say about you?
I think they say that I'm optimistic and that I'm a believer in color really is such a mood lifter. And there's simple things that I believe that we can do in life that makes our day-to-day better. And really, I think that simple introduction of color and pattern and art and things that make you happy and bring more joy to life, there's really nothing better than that for us.
You're so right. And fashion, your style particularly, makes me so happy. We're talking about spring pieces. So Jen, how do you transition your winter clothes into spring, or should you have a separate spring wardrobe?
Well, I will say that I love color every single day of the year. So I'm a believer that things absolutely can transition. I love to find, pieces that we know will be in our wardrobe for many years to come. And then the idea of mixing that up with more inexpensive finds that you might, bring in and out seasonally. So I think it's that high-low mix that I really love, but always color and pattern.
We love a good high-low situation.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of your favorites for the season. I want to start with the first one here. These art prints are so cute. I want to know where in your home would you place these?
I think these are super fun in a gallery wall. They come unframed, but you can simply pop them into a really great looking 8x10 frame, easy to get at any of your local retailers. And I love the idea of layering art together. So, you might have something more sophisticated with something a bit more whimsical. I think these are great in kids' rooms, playrooms, nurseries. They mix beautifully into a gallery wall. They really just serve so many purposes and come in so many color combos that we love.
Okay, on to some more fun, bright colors. This tote really says it all, and I love a versatile tote. What would you use this for, Jen?
Our goal with this, it's such a great sturdy size. This is the perfect carry-on bag when you're traveling. It goes under the seat if you need to, into the overhead, but you can really fill it up with tons of things, and it's super strong. So I throw my vanity case, my computer, everything that I'm traveling with. I think it's also a really perfect bag for the gym, or weekend bag, or mommy bag for diapers. I think really its functionality is endless, and I have owned these for years, and they really hold up.
They look so amazing in person as well. Let's move on to the clutch. I have to tell you, Jen, this clutch makes me so happy. A lot of these spring weddings that we're invited to.
Yes.
How cute is this? Okay, what would you wear this with?
Well, this makes me so happy too. And our goal with this is that we obviously love color with any outfit that you wear and a touch of sparkle. And I am really, as you all can tell, about fun color combinations. So I love the juxtaposition of this really poppy yellow would be so fun with lavender, and that idea of complementary colors. Navy, if you're more classic and you're a little scared of color, I think navy is a great substitution for black and getting a little bit out of your comfort zone and still bringing color to your outfit. So just such a fun poppy addition to your most basic outfits even.
All right, I feel like you can dress this up or dress this down. Love it. Okay, let's move on to the next piece. You partnered with the brand Neely and Chloe to create this next product. So cute, the printed luggage tag. I feel like there's so many ways to personalize your style. Talk to me about this. Why do you love it?
What I love about these is that they do have really wonderful patterns and a pop of great color that you can add to your luggage and make sure that you're not going to lose your luggage to the airport. But you can also customize them. So we have the ability to monogram. We, of course, love this little scallop detail. And I think these are even darling hanging on our little bag or purse. I mean, I just think they just add, again, a touch of whimsy to, any bag that you own in your wardrobe already. So it's a great way to refresh something that you own.
This is so clever. I'm obsessed with this. All right, Jen, let's move on to a couple of your personal picks for spring, starting with these Rattan ball hoop earrings. How do you style these Rattan earrings?
Well, I will say, I love a hoop earring for summer. It's still lightweight, but they really make a statement. So I love the idea, as we were talking about, bringing a couple of fresh new pieces into your wardrobe each season. Accessories are an amazing way to do that. And pop on these great little playful hoops with any of your summer dresses. And they just add a layer of fun. And I love that idea that it makes you feel finished and polished and happy.
It is just that little cherry on top.
These, sure is.
I'm getting them in all the colors. They're so cute. And the last one we have are these super cute cat eye sunglasses. Jen, these make me so happy. Do these work on any face shape?
I think they do. I love a statement sunglass for summer. So something large scale, I always think is fun, gives you great coverage for sun. And the introduction of these happy sort of whimsical colors, I think they're just a great addition to any outfit.
They are so fun. They really make me happy. The blue, the red, the white, they come in a bunch of different colors. And Jen, I really do mean it. You make us happy. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, it was just truly such a joy. Thank you for having me.
That was awesome. All right, now let's run through all the products one more time. The Heart and Color Studies prints, the Color Lover tote, the beaded clutches, the luggage tag, the Rattan ball hoop earrings, and the cat eye sunglasses. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, our editor's picks with Adriana Brock, who has more springtime finds, from a moisturizing sunscreen to a picnic mat that'll get you enjoying the outdoors. Don't go away.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock and I've got even more of our favorite finds for spring, all under $50. In today's Editor's Picks, I'm bringing you some beauty picks and accessories that you can use on the go and that pack a really great punch for the value. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone right now to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get started. If you're looking to refresh your skin routine for spring, I've got some beauty picks to get you started with an elevated line of body wash from Salt Air. So every part of your beauty routine should feel luxurious, and we don't think you should skimp on your body wash. The brand says that the formula is the best 3-in-1. It's a nourishing serum that cleanses your skin. It's really gonna moisturize your skin. The brand says it's also suitable for all skin types, and a lot of reviewers note that it's not too fragrant, which is really nice. They also come in 6 different unique scents as well as a fragrance-free version. And the bottles are so gorgeous in these beautiful bright colors. Here's a tip from one of our producers. You can even use these as a hand wash to add a pop of color to your bathroom or your kitchen sink. Let's move on to another beauty product that's essential as we start to see more of the sun this season, sunscreen. TikTok put Glow Recipes watermelon mask on the map, and it's also responsible for making the brand's first ever sunscreen sell out at Sephora. This one has a fruity scent that smells just like spring, but it's not overpowering according to the reviewers. And you can guess by its name, all of Glow Recipes products are supposed to give you a dewy, lip from within glow, which is hydrating and makes a great pick for anyone that's dealing with dry skin after winter. The bottle comes in the brand's signature pink color to not only brighten your face, but also your day too. Here's another beauty item for spring that you can take on the go with you. This is one of my personal favorites. It's also a fan favorite, facial roller from Revlon. So, for all of you guys dealing with the opposite of dry skin, this oil-absorbing roller is gonna become your new makeup bag must-have. Revlon's original volcanic roller went viral last year, and the brand upped the ante with its latest innovation. Not only can you soak up oil, but the brand says the new stainless steel ball actually helps to cool and depuff skin on those warm spring days. It's the ultimate skincare set for less than $20. And the brand says that you can wash both balls and reuse them, and you can use them on all skin types as well. And when you're ready to head out the door, I've got the perfect tote with so much space for all your spring essentials. This mesh tote from Amazon is really checking all the boxes. It is so cute, functional, and affordable. And we love that it comes in a bunch of fun and bright colors that fit the spring and summer color palettes too. So if you have spring vacations planned, the mesh fabric is great. You can toss sandy clothes, towels, after a beach day. Plus, it's not gonna take up too much space in your suitcase, so you can pack it up. And you don't have to be on vacation to use it either. You can toss a book in and a snack and head to the park this season. It also makes for a great reusable grocery bag since it can hold so much. And that's not the only bag we have our eye on for spring. Here's a little something more chic and on trend. Bucket bags and bright handbags are trending right now, and this affordable style is the best of both worlds. It combines fashion and function, and all you have to do is toss in your essentials and head out the door. We also love that it actually has side pockets inside, so you can keep everything organized, and the drawstring closure isn't just a cute detail, but it makes it so easy to open up your bag and grab whatever you have stashed in there when you're on the go. It comes in faux leather and suede designs, which make it suitable for everything from the weekend to going to the office, and you don't even have to switch up your bags for different occasions. Let's move on to a few items that'll really put you in the spring mood. Grab your family or friends and head to the nearest park with this floral picnic mat from Mountain Warehouse. Whether you look forward to impromptu picnics in the spring or you already have some camping trips lined up for the summer, this is one item you're gonna wanna have handy. The brand says that the mat has a water-resistant back, so you don't have to worry if the ground is damp. And since it's compact, all you have to do is fold it right up. It's over about 1 foot long, and pop it into your backpack or keep it in the trunk of your car. It also has a really neat carry handle, which makes it really convenient to tote around. And of course, it comes in a bunch of fun patterns that are perfect for spring. And if you like a more traditional look to your picnic blanket, we've got these classic square pattern mats from Amazon. We'll also want this picnic blanket in our beach bag all summer long. And the brand says it's sandproof, waterproof, and it's large enough to fit 6 to 8 adults sitting all at once. And lastly, we've got an item that might come in handy if you want to avoid getting caught in those April showers. An umbrella with a unique twist. Reviewers are going crazy for this umbrella, which they say actually keeps them dry. One reviewer even wrote that this is the only umbrella they've used in Chicago that can stand up to the wind. It's actually designed to funnel water away when it's closed, and it has a huge arc which measures 2 feet in diameter, which is gonna help keep you covered and dry when it's open. It's $25, which is a little bit more of an investment than the one you may already own, but it's so worth it, and reviewers wrote that they really recommend it. Let's run through the products one more time. The Salt Air Body Wash, the Glow Recipe Watermelon Sunscreen, the Revlon Oil Absorbing and Cooling Facial Roller and Refill Pack, the Bucket Bag, the Amazon Mesh Beach Tote, the Picnic Blankets, and the Reverse Stick Umbrella. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Editor's Picks. It's been so fun showing you our favorites. Tune in next week for a new episode of Shop All Day Multitaskers.
So we've got an Irish pub dialed up for you, Jamie.
Great. Not only an Irish pub, like the best Irish pub in the world, apparently.
In the world, well, at least in New York, but maybe even the world.
Yeah.
The two guys, I think you know, are from Belfast.
Yeah, I do. I feel like I know a lot of people who know them, but I've never met them. But I'm excited to go in here. The Dead Rabbit, love it.
You spent a little bit of time in a pub in your day, both on both sides of the bar.
Yeah,
right?
no, I have. Yeah, it's important. I think everyone should work in a pub at some point.
For sure.
It's good for the soul.
That's right. We've got sawdust on the floor.
We
It's
do.
all happening.
Watch your step.
We know it's a good place.
I feel very at home.
So does this ring familiar to you? This feel?
The bar I
as an
worked in
Irish
was
pub?
not as fancy, and it wasn't even an Irish pub. It was just a straight up normal pub in London that still exists. I went there recently.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's called Tattersalls Tavern in Knightsbridge. I can still pull a good pint though.
I bet you can.
Yeah,
I bet you can. Thanks for doing this, man.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this incredible film, Belfast, which is so special to you for so many different reasons, not just because of what a special movie it is and how well it's been received, but because it speaks to your life experience.
Yeah.
So when you heard that Kenneth Branagh was making this movie, what did you think before you were even involved in it?
It's funny because I always felt like that Kenneth Branagh must have a story to tell from Belfast. You know, growing up there, I was acutely aware that Ken Branagh was from Belfast. So when I got that text from my agent saying Kenneth Branagh wants you to do his movie, it's called Belfast, and would love you to read it pretty quick, and he'd love to talk to you pretty quickly. You know, you don't get texts like that very often. It was during the first lockdown in the UK and Ireland. And the world, really. But I didn't know what I was doing work-wise. Nobody did. There's nothing shooting. There's nothing even talking about shooting at that time. So it was really pleasant just to even be in the realms of potentiality to be working, let alone working on this really, truly brilliant thing.
So Belfast tells his story from 1969 forward. It's, you know, Buddy is effectively him, a fictionalized version of him.
Yeah.
Your own experience in Northern Ireland came a little bit later than that. So what were those early conversations with Ken like about, because the Troubles were different in the 1980s and 90s for you than certainly they were in the late 60s and 70s for him.
He saw it all from its inception, from the very beginning of it, from normal everyday life being the same and being pleasant, joyous, even in the part of the city that he was in, to his world turning upside down overnight. You know, I've always, admitted that I had a very much more of a middle class background than Ken did. I was born in 1982, so 13 years into a 30-year conflict. But we still feel that, you know, we're very connected as Belfast men and people from that place who understand, you know, what it is to be from that place and the burden often from being from that place. You cannot be from that part of the world and not be negatively affected by, you know, what went on there, and constantly scratching your head about why it went on for so long, and constantly trying to explain to people about it and help them understand. I've travelled the world for 20 years since I left Belfast, telling people I'm from Belfast. You wouldn't believe some of the reactions you get when you say you're from that place, you know.
What do they say?
Well, people are just, you know, amazed that you got out alive. People are like that, you know. All the news footage from 70s, 80s, 90s that is beamed across the world of Belfast is horrific. You see rioting in the streets, you see young kids throwing petrol bombs at the police, you see, you know, aftermath of devastation after bombs, you see tit-for-tat killings based purely on religion, people being shot, you know, waiting for buses. And, like, that's all that people are getting across the world. So as a result, yeah, when you say you're from Belfast, people, they're like, Jesus. I'm like, you know what? It was actually, I had the most lovely childhood. And people who lived in way more working class areas than me had a lovely childhood too. But this was going on as a sort of constant backdrop. But the heart and the warmth of people in that city is like nowhere else in the world. I'm obviously biased, but I think all of Ireland are the warmest, friendliest, funniest, most resilient people, truly. And I think they've had to be resilient, and they've had to use humour to get through darker periods.
The other piece that strikes you is how it turned, specifically in the case of this film, neighbor against neighbor.
Sure.
Where two people who were friends for their entire lives and knew each other as neighbors and helping each other out and looking after their kids, all of a sudden were throwing firebombs into each other's houses. How do you, for an American audience or someone from the outside, how do you explain that level of conflict where it did turn friends against each other?
Yeah, I think, well, people were forced into taking sides, you know, and there's a lot of that in the film of trying to get Pa, my character, to align himself with a particular movement. And many people just didn't want to do that. That's why it's so important to see this film, to see how normal, hardworking people who didn't ask for it, weren't adding fuel to the fire, weren't becoming tribal. And Ken's family weren't like that. Most families weren't like that. They just wanted to live in peace and didn't want the disruption.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So let's talk specifically, Jamie, about Pa, this character, because there is the influence of Ken Branagh's father. There's the influence of your father. And there's the influence of your being a father to 3 kids. So how did you approach this character in terms of keeping it true to what Ken wanted, but also to make it yours?
I have a pretty good understanding of a man from Belfast. I'm from Belfast. My dad was from Belfast. I come from a long line of men from Belfast. There's so much goodness in Pa and him trying to do the right thing for his family. And so trying to put a lot of the essence of those Belfast men who I knew and loved into Pa, but then that seemed to always be aligned with what Ken had told me about his dad and what the vision he had for his own dad. For playing his parents, like, it could have been insane pressure all the time to be very specifically like his parents were, but we never felt that. Be good, son. If you can't be good, be careful. And Ken, you know, it's also the dream of being directed by an actor, and not just any actor, like an unbelievable actor. He is so acutely aware of where your head is at all times as an actor. And he would just handle you very sort of gently into a place where you feel really ready and confident about what you're going to do. It's a real treat to be directed by, obviously such a big director, but also such a fantastic actor.
I was thinking as the credits rolled when I watched this, what pride you must have to have told the story of your city to the world.
Yeah.
It must have felt good to see the finished product and say, okay, I think we got the story of my home city right.
Yeah, well, never more so than the 4th of November, 2021, which I will never forget, because we screened it on the first night of the Belfast Film Festival in Belfast. That was an incredible thing to behold. What I was saying earlier about the importance of this story and sort of showcasing to the world that we're actually all normal, nice, everyday, hardworking people, and we're not all aligned by religion, sectarianism. We're not all tribal. Most of us are just trying to get along. There was a very strong, powerful, palpable sense of appreciation that we were telling that story, that I think in many ways people in Belfast understand on a very different level to anyone else. And I know now that it's been released there, I've been getting a lot of texts from people saying there's been like standing ovations at the end when the credits roll. It's brilliant to hear that. I just love it, and it just shows how necessary this story is for people from home.
You mentioned your father, and I know you brought your father to this character, undoubtedly his experience and his life. And I'm so sorry about the loss of your dad last year. And I know one of your great regrets is he didn't get to see Belfast. What do you think your dad would think if you were in a theater watching Belfast?
Yeah, listen, I mean, my dad was a very proud Belfast man, and very proud of the place and the people, and but also enraged by the people and the sort of stuck in their ways politics, and always, you know, wanting to move the conversation forward. But the importance of this movie would not have been lost on him. I take comfort in the fact he knew I did it. He would have been tickled pink by the response it's got and for all the sort of accolades. I mean, my dad was proud of the stuff I've done. So, you know, like, Dad was always had my back. Some people go their whole lives without hearing those words from their folks. So I consider myself very lucky that everything I got to achieve, he got to experience and was proud of. So, but yeah, nothing would have made him more proud than this.
It's our role as dads, isn't it, to be proud of the shit stuff? That's what we do.
Yeah, well, it's kind of it's that thing of like, you know, being handed some drawing by, you know, my 2-year-old the other day handed me some. She was getting bits of paper, and she kept asking me for glue, and she then made these 2 pictures, I guess, with like this purple glue. You know, she'd worked hard on them, you know, and one was for Mommy and one was for Daddy, and she gave them to me. They're terrible, you know, but like, I am proud. You know, I am like,
of course.
She's really proud of them. You know, I'm like, Jesus, right, fair enough. You put the work in, and I don't know what to do with them now, really, but I appreciate them, and I'm proud of you. So it's that, I guess.
No question, yeah. I like what you say about your dad. He's a beacon of positivity.
Yeah.
And I think that what you just said is so central to what we try to do as dads. Don't be on your deathbed and say all the things. Say them as you go.
You have to.
And that's his life is such an affirmation of what I think so many of us try to do. Say it in the moment.
We should all be like that, if we can, and not even away from just the pride thing, just love too. Like I was always told that I was loved, always, always, always. I feel like Dad even had more of a responsibility. I lost my mother when I was 16.
I know.
And my mum wasn't. She was loving, but she was not in that same way. We always felt so loved from both sides, but Dad was just more vocal about it maybe, and certainly more tactile with us. And I've definitely inherited that from Dad rather than from Mum. And it's important. We need to feel loved. It's literally all we have. Like so, I feel very blessed that I get to shower these three little girls with love constantly, and and it's not a chore. Like they're very lovable little people.
You were only 16, as you said, when your mom died, so she didn't see any of this. Obviously, she didn't even see the modeling or the beginning of your career.
No.
Do you ever stop and think about what she may be seeing or thinking somewhere far away?
Yeah. My mum was a very beautiful, very glamorous person, loved to get dressed up, always looked immaculate. And she would never have believed it. There was no signs at that stage that I would do anything like this. I was so obsessed with sport, probably an only sport really at that age. I'd always done drama. I did drama at school. I mean, the only prize I ever won outside of sport was a drama prize when I was 10. She got to witness that, I guess.
So she did see the beginning of your career.
She did. I was in drag.
Really?
Playing a sort of pantomime. You don't have pantomimes here, do you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Right.
Yeah.
I'm playing this pantomime called Widow Twanky, who's like a pantomime character who's always a guy in drag.
At 10?
At 10. Wow. Yeah, we had a cleaning lady called Nellie Morgan, who was my inspiration for art. I just mimicked her and scooped the big prize at 10 years old. I actually shared it. I won the joint drama prize.
Does Nellie know she inspired your acting career?
She didn't stay with us that much longer. And then, she's an amazing woman, Nellie Morgan. But I think my mum would have, she wouldn't have seen it coming. But she wouldn't be able to believe what's happened. Any part of it, even the first decade of modelling, and it didn't look like that was in my future at all.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You left Belfast when you were 19, about to be 20, I guess.
Yep.
To do some modeling.
Yeah, I went to university first. I went to a marketing degree.
That, by the way, that's how we all start
Yeah,
college.
right.
We don't know what we're
Well,
going to do.
you know, it was a thing where I didn't want to go to university. I truly didn't. That doesn't mean I knew what I wanted to do.
Right.
But I knew I didn't want to go to university. But I did have ambitions to just honestly leave Belfast and just try something. So when I went away to uni in the northeast of England, after a year of marketing, I realised I was wasting time and my dad's money by being there. And I will forever thankful to my dad for when I did come back that summer and say, I want to drop out of university and move to London and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to work in a pub. I worked in a bar for 6 months. He said yes, and he really said yes quickly too.
So where does the modeling come in then?
Summer 2002, I'd come back from uni. My dad, I was having a real fruitless summer. My friend and I drank a lot. And I remember one day, Dad came home and from work, my dad was a professor of medicine, obstetrician, and he sat me down and he actually called me a waster. He said he couldn't handle me wasting my life like that. So it was around that time, there was a lot of discussion in my family of like, what are we going to do about Jamie? How do you solve a problem like Jamie here? I was probably depressed looking back on it now.
Yeah.
You know, it was only a few years after Mum had died and I was probably a bit rudderless and confused about where I wanted to go. And it was then that my sister, Jessica, had seen something about like an open casting thing for this show. It was called Model Behaviour, and the idea was they plucked people from all over Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, whatever, and they all lived in an apartment together and went on castings, and then the winner of the boys and the winner of the girls would get like modelling contracts. I was very reluctant, very embarrassed to go, didn't really tell anyone, forced one of my mates to go with me. He nearly didn't show up, and I had to like drag him out of bed, and if he hadn't, I wouldn't be sat here now. I would have been an estate agent in Belfast. But he came and I went, and I was really doing it just to be able to go, guys, I went to that thing, are you happy now? I got kicked out of the show after a day. I didn't even make it anywhere near the apartment. Like I didn't have what it took, they told me. But one of the judges was a booking agent at Select Model Management in London who you got the contract with. And I said to her, listen, do you think if I moved to London, I could actually do this? And she was like, I can't really say that, I don't know, but like, if you ever come to London, give us a call. I took that to mean I'm moving to London because they want me to give me loads of money to model. So about a month later, I moved to London, went to the modelling agency and went, I'm here. And they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, remember you said? And they're like, no, oh my God, you've actually moved to London. I was like, yeah, that's what you said. And, you know, as I say this, there's so much of that I don't recognise myself. The sort of audacity of it and the ambition of it that I didn't think I possessed at 20, but clearly I did. And when I was there, they were like, well, look, we can't guarantee anything. And then I just heard someone go, who's that? I turned around to him called Tandy Anderson, who owned the agency. And she said, I like your face. And I went, cool. And then that was it. And then they took me on and then things started happening quite quick. But it was all fate and luck and timing and madness.
Like so many things.
Yeah.
So you do that well. You do it successfully. Big campaigns, Abercrombie and Fitch, all these big. And then at some point you decide, okay, this has been good for me. I made some money and I've done really well, but what's the next thing? And then that's when you pursue acting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I got an agent at 22. I did, so not long into that, I did my first audition, was Marie Antoinette, which I got. Sophia Coppola, was my very first thing. But I was still very half-baked about what I wanted to do. But I knew that I never got a real satisfaction out of modelling, let's say that. And I remember being told that like you've got a face that will, you know, the structure of your actual bones and stuff, that means you'll be able to do this for a very long time. And they were telling me that as a positive thing.
Right.
And I was just going, oh my God, no, I don't want to be doing this for a long time. So yeah, and then I started to then realise that to be an actor, you had to actually work much harder than I was at that time. I was just thought it was cool, and now and again I'll have an audition, I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll go, and I won't put any work in. And then I put a lot of work in for a while and didn't get anywhere either, and I thought, Jesus, this is never going to happen. Then I guess eventually it did.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, you said you got the first thing you booked with Marie Antoinette, but then a long dry spell after that. And then something comes along, this book that's been written, 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
What was your first thought when they pitched you the idea?
I thought, can you imagine the scrutiny of being involved in that project?
Because the book was so huge and you're going to disappoint a bunch of people and you're not the right guy, all the things that people project
all that
onto
stuff
it.
that you knew that was going to come along. That was part of saying yes to it, was all this instant negativity and scrutiny and questioning. It wasn't an instant yes. I was like, Jesus. But I got cast 5 weeks before we started filming. My wife was 34 weeks pregnant with our first child. Very strange time. I had to make a very quick decision of, could I get my family to Vancouver safely to start making these movies on such short notice? And, I have, zero regret with being involved in them and making them. Now, the fans really loved the books, and we made the films for the fans, and they loved the films, and they went to see them in their droves, and it made $1.4 billion. So it was a massive success in many ways, but we all know how critically panned they got. But as I said to you earlier, I'm in the wrong game if I can't take criticism.
But as you say, the opportunity afforded you, how popular it was with the people who it mattered to, that changed your life. How did you deal with the fame side of it? Because up to then, people knew you from The Fall, you had your audience, but this is something else entirely. Now you're being chased down the street, everyone wants to know more about your wife and all those things. How did you handle that?
I hid. I truly hid. When the first movie came out, we literally went away and stayed in a friend's house in the middle of nowhere. And I switched my phone off for 2 weeks.
Wow.
For the last 6 years, we've lived out in the countryside, nowhere near anything major going on. And I think that, that's been part of it. Also, this whole madness of my career paralleled with becoming a father for the first time. We've had 3 kids in that time also. So we wanted to be somewhere where the kids were away from that, let alone my wife and I being subjected to that. And I think it was the right thing to do.
I've kept you too long. Before we let you go, I want to ask you about The Tourist, which is a big hit in the UK, now coming to HBO Max. Such a cool series. Just for people who are thinking about watching it, what's the thumbnail sketch of the story?
The setup is a guy, me, he's just known as The Man, is driving through the Australian outback, seemingly in quite a happy place in his head. He's singing along to a song. Then this big truck comes very close behind him. It's very inspired by Steven Spielberg's Duel. Gets into this big race with this sort of race/chase with this truck. Becomes very dramatic. And anyway, the truck ends up slamming him off the road. The guy wakes up in hospital, no memory of who he is or why he's in Australia or why anybody's trying to kill him. We then spend the next 6 hours finding out exactly those answers. And it is really warped why he's there. And tonally, it shifts around so much. And just when you think you know that you have a handle on what's going to happen, you're like sidebarred and you're totally wrong. It's a very entertaining show, and yeah, it's an exciting 6 hours of television.
Does the praise for both Belfast and The Tourist feel like vindication in any way? You talk about having a fire lit under you because some of the negative criticism that you received around the 50 Shades movies, and now for you to say, look at these.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to call it vindication, but you know, my whole life ethos is back yourself. You know, if you gave me a bit of paper now and there's a waste paper bin and you challenge me to throw it in 10 out of 10 times, I would love that challenge, and I back myself to do it 10 times. Just whatever that is, I've always had. But a confidence, whatever, self-belief, you really need it to do. You can't be here, you can't be trying to do this for a living if you don't have it. You know, I've always believed and lived by Peter O'Toole's words of great words make great actors. I think it's as simple as that. I've always backed myself that if I'm given a good script and a good director, I'm going to produce good work. I feel like I've so much more to offer. So, you know, in many ways, I feel like I'm just getting started. Will there be people from the entirety of my career that only see me as like one character? Yeah, sure. But that's on them.
Well, I'm happy for you to be having this moment because you're getting all the love you deserve. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, buddy.
It was fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's great.
Cheers, mate.
Everybody, we've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch that might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson has probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports.
Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice, quote unquote, normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud the journey that we had, and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special. If people gave it a chance, I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. In examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. It was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy, I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool, it isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. We find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or I'll watch a marathon of Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. I'll watch a documentary on flies. I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. There was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. My outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and everything was color coordinated. So the idea of what somebody from New York is was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants And I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Oh, look at you. Hi, guys. You're watching Today All Day. We're so happy that you're tuning into our digital show. This is Today in 30. It's Thursday.
It's Thursday. Guys, let's go. It was another busy morning here in Studio 1A. Here's what's coming your way straight ahead. We will start with the latest on the subway shooting. It happened here in New York City. And sources are saying this morning that the suspect is the one who called in the tip that led to his own arrest. We'll bring you a report from the courthouse as he's set to go before a judge today.
And then this week marks 75 years since Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color barrier. Our very own Harry Smith got the chance to sit down with his son. They reflected on his father's legacy that paved the way for generations of ball players. Their inspiring conversation is straight ahead.
And I'm not sure if y'all have heard this, but there's a Netflix show. It's called Old Enough. It's causing a huge debate. Check this out. Toddlers sent out to run errands on their own. But experts are actually saying parents are the ones who can learn something from this. We'll tell you all about it. I'm in shock.
We don't know what to say about that. And Andy Cohen, he's going to be my guest co-host on the 4th hour.
Ooh, watch
today.
out. That's always spicy. I love it.
A little bit. Lydia Bastianich is going to show us how to make the perfect Easter brunch for your friends and family. So, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, it's time for Today in 30. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Brooklyn with the very latest on this. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just hours from now, Frank James is expected to appear in a federal courtroom here in Brooklyn for the first time since his arrest yesterday. And now multiple sources are telling us that apparently James called the NYPD tip line on himself, telling authorities where he was waiting.
After a marathon manhunt across New York City, this morning accused subway gunman Frank James is locked up.
Frank, why'd you shoot all those people?
Multiple police sources telling NBC News the 62-year-old suspect called NYPD's Crime Stoppers tip line on himself, saying he was at a McDonald's. On that call, law enforcement sources say James told the hotline, "This is Frank. You guys are looking for me. My phone is about to die." Authorities finding and arresting James in Manhattan's East Village.
We were able to shrink his world quickly. There was nowhere left for him to run.
He's now federally charged with one count for allegedly attacking passengers on mass transit. During Tuesday morning's rush hour, police say James put on a gas mask, opened 2 smoke canisters, and shot 10 people as this subway train pulled into a Brooklyn station. Our New York City station WNBC obtaining this exclusive video showing a man law enforcement believes is James dressed like a transit worker entering a subway station nearby nearly 2 hours before the attack.
He has the same black cart that he has later recovered on the crime scene.
Incredibly, investigators say James managed to escape onto another train along with some of his victims. But they say he also left a trail of evidence behind, including keys to this rented van seen entering New York early Tuesday, a handgun James owned, and a bag full of fireworks.
Those are definitely phantom firework items.
Based on this widely circulated picture, Bruce Zoldan believes his company sold James the fireworks at a store in Wisconsin last summer, telling me they keep meticulous sales records.
Only one person bought 4 of those items, exact 4 items.
Investigators say James has a long rap sheet, including at least 12 prior arrests. Brooklyn's 36th Street subway station now open again. New Yorkers riding the trains, refusing to back down.
How does it feel to see you're not the only New Yorker down here?
I feel like New York City, after incidents like this, we kind of come together.
So, Jesse, you mentioned that the suspected gunman, had 12 prior arrests. So the question, of course, is how was he even able to get that gun?
Yeah, and police were asked about that yesterday, Hoda. Those dozen arrests go back to the 1990s, according to authorities, but they were all misdemeanors. If they were felonies, he would have been barred from buying a gun, but because they were just misdemeanors, officials say he was able to legally purchase the weapon authorities say was used in that attack on Tuesday. Hoda?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us there in front of the courthouse. Jesse, thank you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Chanel is in for Carson this morning and joins us now with a look at what we've been talking about all morning.
I mean,
streaming sensation.
Good morning.
On Netflix.
All right, so let's not wait any longer. Okay, so it's a Japanese reality show. It's called Old Enough, and it follows toddlers running errands without their parents. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with more. Joe, tell us all about it.
Yeah, so this show has actually been airing in Japan for more than 30 years, but Netflix recently licensed it, introducing the concept to an American audience and sparking plenty of debate.
The little boy in the squeaky shoes is just under 3 years old and embarking on a mile-long parent-free journey. He walks along this busy road before arriving at the grocery store where he's tasked with buying food and flowers. He then returns home, his first errand complete. The show is called Old Enough with an exclamation point, though some might argue a question mark is more appropriate. It's generating all kinds of discussion.
I mean, I raised my kids in bubbles, and I protected them, and I put up some guardrails, but I would not do this.
Japan is very different than the U.S. Neighborhoods are more pedestrian-friendly, and the culture is more trusting of kids. In Japan, parents chaperone their 10 and 11-year-olds on just 15% of trips, compared with 65% here. One episode shows a 3-year-old crossing streets on her own to deliver her dad's lunch to his job. Another shows a toddler navigating public transport. On social media, newfound fans are calling the series adorable, sweet, and the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Some parenting experts think American audiences can learn from the show.
It's a little nerve-wracking to let your kids go, but when you do, they will just impress you.
There are people who are critical of this. They say this is irresponsible. We have crime in America. Our neighborhoods are not laid out the same way. What do you say to that?
If you're telling kids that everything they do is they're incompetent, they're in danger, watch out, they need us all the time, that might explain why kids are so anxious and depressed.
Old Enough takes many steps to keep the kids safe, with camera crews and safety teams always nearby. When darkness falls on one girl, the crew intervenes, lighting her way home.
Netflix recently dropped 20 episodes ranging in length from 7 to 20 minutes. They're short episodes. It has not released any stats about the show's popularity. A big question, if it is popular, might producers in America try to create something similar here? One challenge, of course, would be finding a place safe enough to actually do it. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Depends where you live.
Well, and Gotti said he watched it, and he said they don't have like a big camera crew. They have like a purse cam, so the child is not aware that there is somebody following them.
But they are watching.
But they're
the
watching
kids,
them.
When we were kids, I was about 7 years old. My parents would send us to Goody's Luncheonette with a note, please give Al a pack of cigarettes and a six-pack of beer.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
And you've been doing it.
And they were doing this.
The good old days.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We are back. Tomorrow marks 75 years to the day that Jackie Robinson took the field in that iconic number 42 jersey and became the first black man to play in a Major League Baseball game.
Our Harry Smith spoke with his son David, who shared memories of his dad and reflected on that game-changing legacy. What an interview, Harry. Come
Amazing. And things you don't know about Jackie Robinson. Four-sport athlete at UCLA, right? Served in the military during World War II, was a lieutenant, in fact, and he was known as a guy who didn't back down to anything. But when Major League Baseball comes along and says, will you be the first? He was asked to turn the other cheek, and it costs a lot.
For many an American, the sight of Jackie Robinson in a Major League uniform was horrifying. It meant the segregated world from which they drew so much comfort had been upended, violated. For Robinson, it was both an opportunity and a burden.
He came out of poverty. His grandmother was a slave. His mother was a sharecropper and a domestic servant. He knew the horrors of the enslavement of our people and the discrimination and oppression.
David Robinson is Jackie's son. Here's the two of them at the March in Washington in 1963.
Fourth inning, no score, Brooklyn up, and Jackie Robinson pokes one into the left field stand.
For Jackie Robinson, baseball was much, much more than a game.
Baseball was even, for my father, a social development tool. His success was as a social change agent.
As a black man, I find it quite discouraging to look around and find how little has been done to lift minorities from the depths of poverty and despair.
In our home, he had a trophy room, and one wing or one wall of the trophy room was a glass encased setup where trophies and memorabilia from baseball were all there. But the other three walls were all about social involvement, plaques 3 deep on the walls in terms of thanking him for service and commitment and determination.
On the field, Robinson was Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, a Hall of Famer. Yet his stellar career did not exempt him from a fusillade of racial slurs, hate mail, and death threats. The St. Louis Cardinals threatened not to take the field when the Dodgers came to play.
As I read his autobiography, he talks about how significant a toll it took on him psychologically.
I don't think he would have done anything differently. I don't think he could walk away from that challenge and that opportunity.
For Black Americans, Robinson was a godsend, a breaker of barriers, a symbol of triumph, of hope.
There were certainly those who did not want us to succeed, but for every one of them, there were hundreds who were rooting for our success.
For baseball players of this era, his are the shoulders they stand on.
Tell me what it was like when you were playing to put the number 42 jersey on.
It just felt great to be able to, represent Jackie. I wouldn't be able to have a chance to chase my dreams without him. So to be able to honor him and go out and play the game that he loved and I love, it was great.
CC Sabathia was a dominating pitcher for 19 years in the majors, a 6-time All-Star.
Can you put your head in the mindset of what it must have been like for him to take the field?
You know what? No, I can't. And that's why, I'm so grateful to him. This game is hard to play. And to be able to go out and play with the whole country watching you and the pressure of all these African Americans, on your back. Because if he failed, then it may be another 10 years before we get another black player in MLB.
In Robinson's treacherous and triumphant journey, always there at his side was wife Rachel. She turns 100 this summer. Their son says they were indeed a dynamic duo.
He couldn't have done it solo, and a woman other than my mother, extremely intelligent, extremely sensitive, couldn't have stood up to the pressure either. They were both remarkable people.
And who will be at the Dodger game
Don't
tomorrow?
tell me.
David Robinson and Rachel.
Special. That's wonderful.
It's so interesting when you really peel apart the history, right? Yeah, go back, read the book, really just get involved in the whole thing. There were only 4 teams at the end of the 40s who had black players. The 50s is when the flood starts. And that's when black player after black player, Don Newcomb, Roy Campanella, Ernie Banks, Hank Aaron, all won MVPs, right? And all this talent sat on the sideline for decades and decades.
Playing in the Negro Leagues.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
And by the way, a little NBC connection. Jackie Robinson was the Community Activities Director for WNBC in 1952 to 1954.
Really? And on the 25th anniversary, the baseball holds this big event to honor Jackie Robinson. He gets up there in front of all the brass and says, "Where are the black managers? There are no black managers."
Wow.
He says, "There has to be a day one time when I can look down to third base and see a black manager." first black manager then comes about 2 years later.
He never stopped fighting
Never,
after
ever.
baseball. That's amazing.
You highlighted his life after
Yeah.
baseball,
Yeah.
which was so important.
Yeah.
And so much history making there, too.
Yeah. It was interesting because I thought, I know about Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
And I said,
Do we
I
know?
downloaded the autobiography and it's like,
Wow. Wow.
That was
amazing.
great.
Right?
Harry, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
As we look ahead to Easter Sunday, Al is bringing us the story of a man of the church who is a symbol of inclusion, representation, and perhaps the future.
This was eye-opening. I feel blessed, literally blessed, that I was able to catch up with Bishop Joseph Espaillat, who is making change and making history in the Catholic Church from right here in New York City.
As they say in the hood, it's a new day. Let's get it.
Bronx-born Joseph Espaillat just became the youngest bishop in the United States at the age of 45. When the call came in from the Vatican, you didn't pick up the phone at first?
That is correct, Al. I cannot tell a lie. 4 times this call from Washington, D.C., and I was just like, I'm not picking this up. I don't know anybody money. Then the 6th time, I said, okay, I better pick this up.
When did you really get serious and think, this is my calling?
I went to high school. It was there that a great priest challenged me. He said, Joe, I think God might be calling you to become a priest. And at that point, it wasn't like, okay. It was like, okay. I said to the Lord, give me a sign. And the sign was, give me a full ride to Fordham University in the Bronx. And then after I graduated from Fordham, this was an intense spirituality year out in Northampton, Pennsylvania. I could do only one of 2 things, Al. It was either pray or talk to the corn stalks. And I decided to pray. and it was there that I said, okay, this is it. This is 100%. I'm gonna put everything into it and keep going.
Ordained to the priesthood in 2013, Espaillat knew he was meant to reach people in his own way, among them rapping.
Well, the story is that there was a talent show at this parish, and a couple of the young boys, but they wanted to rap, these secular songs, and they had a lot of bad words in them. And I said, I bet you money I could come up with a rap song. And they were like, oh no, Father, you rap, you can't rap. And I was like, watch.
The bishop also hosts a podcast.
This is sainthood in the city.
They think a saint can't be hip, a saint can't be cool, a saint, can't wear hoodies, a saint can't wear Jordans. And we just said, let's just go out there and let's do it.
He's a different voice for the church than some are used to. What do you say to those folks? Because a ministry is a ministry, and you've got to connect with people where they are, I would think.
You are 100% on the money, Al. And I tell those people, Jesus preached to his people in his day using their language, using their images, using their culture.
Espaillat also making history as the first Dominican bishop in the New York Archdiocese. What does that mean to you, and what does it mean to your community?
The Latinos here in the Archdiocese of New York, here in New York City, we're just happy, to see somebody who looks like them, who speaks like them, who eats like them. It's a nod to the people of color, of minority, and saying, we see you. And you are important. And because we see you, and because you are important, here's one of your own.
As for what the future holds, he's got faith. I can't let you go without seeing if I could get maybe a little freestyle something going here.
Oh man. I didn't think you would put me on the spot, Al. Jesus came so we might live. So let us offer up our lives and simply give of our time, selves, and possessions. Let us love one another without condition. Easy, This will not be, but put all your faith and trust in the Trinity. Our Mother Mary will be there to lead and guide until her only Son we love and find.
That's perfect.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love this.
And look, he raises such a good point. That's how Jesus preached, and so we've got to be more like Jesus.
I think that's such an amazing thing. I mean, as a Catholic, I see that the pews aren't filled with people like they used to be. So whatever it takes to get the community back in the 70s,
they started the Hootenanny Mass or the folk Mass, to be there at the moment. And so now we are at this point. And if it takes rap, then so be it.
Meet people where they are.
Exactly.
Right? That's good.
we'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Time now for a delicious Easter dish that everybody in your family will love.
Everybody. Our chef this morning is the queen of Italian cuisine herself, Lydia Bastianich. Let's get cooking.
Absolutely. I have two great sous chefs here. So
Yes, you do.
Can I put you to work?
Yes,
The
you
lamb.
may.
Nice
Lamb.
pieces of lamb.
Yeah.
You know, secondary muscle. You want a little bit of the gelatin in there. Makes it good.
Gelatin.
Salt. Salt.
Salt it up.
Pepper.
That's a lot of salt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Who's the chef here?
You. I'm just commenting.
Oh, okay.
No sass.
So now,
no
since you want to get so much into cooking, do you want to put these in?
I'll put those in for you.
Okay,
Sure,
you
I'm
put
very
those.
busy.
You put
Ball
this
in
in,
here.
and we're gonna brown those
In
nice and
olive oil.
brown,
Okay.
and they're gonna get brown like that. We're gonna have some celery. Can you squash those for me?
What do you mean squash them? These are tomatoes?
Yeah, tomatoes.
Like Lucy? Okay.
Like this, like
Okay.
this.
Oh, like this. Okay.
There. Oh, you're.
Wait, what?
I made you wash your hands.
Yes, that's why I wash my hands.
So you know, this is a one-pot meal, and
Okay.
today people are cooking, and that's how they're cooking
In
in
one
the
pot.
kitchen. Yeah.
Yes.
The desserts, the desserts come after in one pot, but the vegetables and the meat and the beef and all of that. So that you get it nice and brown.
Nice and brown.
We
Boy,
have.
we really got a close-up of me doing this tomato grinding.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
That's
Great
why.
job.
Yeah.
All done.
Here I have even ready
Okay.
a wet towel for you.
you. Yeah,
Let's,
yeah.
we do like. There
Okay,
you
thank
go.
Oh, no.
Okay. So.
Got it on my shirt. Okay.
You did?
No, everything's okay. What do we do? What do we do now?
We continue the cooking part.
Okay, yes.
So in here we put the onion. Okay.
What's in there? So you took the
Onion.
lamb out of there, right?
The
You
lamb is out.
Yeah, I got
and
it.
all the remnants of the lamb, you
Yeah.
want that.
Yeah.
You want
I love that
Okay.
onion.
So you can mix that. Put some salt in there, and you can put the bay leaves in there.
Bay leaves.
Bay leaves.
You put salt. Where you go?
Oh,
Okay.
put the salt.
And what's
Put the
this?
salt.
Okay.
Don't do
That's
that yet.
and mix. Put salt. Put
Okay.
salt.
Oh,
Nice
put more
mix.
salt. Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, you really salt it up, don't you, Lydia?
No, I don't. That's not
All
you
right.
do it.
Well, you told me to.
You asked
Doing what you
this
told
is
me
the
to.
oregano.
Oh, oregano. Oh,
You know,
yeah,
you buy it, but buy it on little sticks like this. This
Okay.
is real from Sicily. And what you do, you just squeeze it like this.
Oh, crumble it. So it's
Ah.
the real deal.
You want to try? Not the whole thing, just
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that is a little
My
too much.
goodness.
All right, well, I
Paprika.
followed your
Oh,
salt
little
lead.
pinch?
paprika.
Or dump the whole thing?
You can dump the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
That whole thing.
Wow.
And we're gonna put the celery.
Okay, celery.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
I'm over here busy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're
you-
still. Now,
Yep.
no, I'm going to get out of the way here. You guys are doing fantastic.
Okay,
Hold
Put
it.
the tomato in yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Put the
Okay.
tomato right in.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay.
That's finely ground.
Well, you did a good
I
job.
know.
You did a good job.
Yes.
So, Hoda,
Yeah, babe.
I'm going to keep him in the kitchen.
Yes, I think Andy's doing a 10 plus.
You like
Thank
to, you
you.
like to
Yes, he
cook,
is.
Andy?
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. I have a nice kitchen.
What does that get you? Do you cook?
Tell me about it. Not really. I need to.
Yeah,
here
get
we
Okay,
are.
so
Yeah.
take tips.
Okay.
Now you can put, Hoda, you can put
Want
the
me to do
meat
that?
back in there.
Okay.
And You let it cook for about an hour like this.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
Put
An
a
hour.
top on it?
Yeah.
Low
Put a
heat?
little bit of water. Let it simmer. This is
Simmer.
one of those braised. This is one of those dishes. Takes an hour and a half. But at the end, you really have this mellow meat that sort of breaks
Mellow
apart.
meat
Okay.
on
And this is.
Easter.
And what's that veggie down there?
That's squash.
Oh.
So after an hour and 10, 15 minutes, you touch it. If it's done, we add the squash to it.
Okay.
You're busy cleaning your hands?
Yeah, I'm just cleaning myself.
Good. Good. So there you go. Do you like squash?
I mean,
You know, I know Hoda's flavors. I know what she likes. Do you like squash?
Do I like squash?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
I mean, yeah, I like it.
It's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
So
good.
now,
Not a
the
big lamb guy either.
squash doesn't take that long to cook.
Right.
You pick it up full speed.
Okay.
You want it to boil, to cook.
Okay.
And this is how it ends. And this is how you taste it now.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Here, Hodes.
Okay. Let me know what you think about it.
Hey.
No, it's going to be
totally
yummy.
Yeah, it'll be really good.
And you don't want to overcook the
Lamb?
squash.
Oh, squash.
The squash, the lamb, you want sort of fall up. You like
Yummy.
it?
Very good. I'm not a big lamb guy. That's
You're
great.
surprised. It's very good.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, come this way.
Let's go dessert.
Let's go.
Ooh, yum.
Let's
Now
go
this
there.
is what I like.
Now this is dessert.
You know what?
Okay,
That lamb's
this is
good.
simple. So you have done some work there.
Yeah.
And just the assembling. You know, this is Italian. In Italian cuisine, it's called dolce al cucchiaio.
Okay.
Spoon dessert.
Yeah.
Like tiramisu is a spoon dessert.
Yes.
Okay.
So we do. You have some strawberries.
Dump
here.
those in. We don't have much time, but we'll go ahead and assemble.
Some liquor.
go to break.
I know,
Okay.
we sure
Yeah.
do.
Okay. And then
we'll just assemble.
no,
Don't worry.
this one is marinated.
Is this on
Assemble with
today.com?
this.
This recipe?
Here.
Huh?
So you put strawberries, those.
And the cream.
Let me.
Right. Okay,
Otherwise,
I think we got to go to break, but the recipe is at today.com/food.
Whoa, we covered a lot today. You got to come back tomorrow and help us close out the week.
We sure do, because now the legendary ice rink at Rockefeller Center, you know this, you've been waiting for this. It's now a roller skating rink. We can't wait to take an up-close look. And we have a special guest who's going to help. Do you know who that is?
I did know, but then
Okay,
I forgot
okay.
because I have that pandemic
Yeah,
thing
it's
that
happening.
All right, talked about earlier this week. Okay, bye. I'll see you then. It'll be good, though.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
This morning, we're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon. right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, so now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9 by 13 inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1 inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. When you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over, and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract and a 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our Bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah, check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings. We're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next, we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil. You get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat, and while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt. Our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down and then mash it. Boom. Spin it. And then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build the better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. There we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today, I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my Saffron Cardamom Granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment-lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all going to just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full fat coconut milk. And then we're just gonna give it a little whisk. We're gonna take our full fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You wanna make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're gonna pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm gonna make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we wanna get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the Dragon Fruit Rose Smoothie Bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence, and then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. One more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my Spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out. Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
Good morning. In custody, the suspect in the New York City subway shooting heads to court today, just hours after sources say he made the call that helped police track him down.
Cops in custody.
New details emerging about his movements, angry social media posts, and how he escaped that crowded subway station.